Right, good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. And welcome back to another Vector 3D builds 3D printers much slower than everybody else. With lots of delays in between. Oh goodness me, it's been a while, hasn't it? What, 3 weeks? 2 weeks, I think? 2.5 weeks? Absolutely ages. I was waiting for the harness to arrive and it hasn't, so that's why we took so long. But now I have wires. They're not exactly perfect, but I could get them at short schedule, so I could do this today and then get it done. Pavel, leave me alone. I'm not going to change it to any other colour. So there's quite a bit I've kind of done and fiddled with since the last stream, just because it's been like on the desk, so I just can't help myself but, you know, toy with it. So let me just walk you around a couple of things that have happened. So, while we wait for people. So this is one thing. I didn't really like the original spool holder design. I was not a fan. The brackets in particular, they actually made me angry. So I came up with not what you see here, in fact. Oh yeah, don't worry about my hair. That's just, I need a haircut. So it is just the way it is, I'm afraid. So I made this, which is just a single piece spool holder and uses the original countersink screw. So that was a thing, and I put that on there. And then as soon as I did that, everyone was like, well, not everyone. Some people said, what about bigger spools? So I decided to also create this, which is sort of in the same sort of design as this really, but uses this original piece of extrusion, so you don't have to get any new parts. And I just made some other brackets, and this is pretty solid. I mean, if you put lots of force, you can bend it, but other than that, it's pretty good. So that'll hold one of those like whopping great huge spools. Let me go get one quickly so I can show you. I don't know why I have these in the other room. There's just space. So, here you go. Look how prepared I am. Here's one I made earlier. So that sits on there. And it's quite funny how the spool holder, or the spool is basically as big, if not bigger, than the printer. But that fits quite nicely. And I also did this. Well, this is actually based on somebody else's design. So the idea of having a little arm off the top, using the head from the Dragonfly hot end, that threads into the top, and then your spool feeding filamenty thing can go up. This tube is just placeholder, so don't worry about the fact that it's really short. It's just a way to have a spool holder attached to that Z top piece. This is printed out of carbon fiber PLA. It was orange a few hours ago. I was like, I'm not going to get away with that. So as I was testing carbon fiber filament, I printed that out of carbon fiber PETG. So yes, that's where we're at. I've also, in the last 2 weeks, in fact it was pretty soon after the last episode I think, I did the cable management for the divider PCB. So let me unscrew this doobly-doo. Where's my doobly-doo screwdrivers? Oh yes, I didn't reprint this, so this is still the threaded version, I think. So this was actually pretty easy. I accidentally cut the bed cables shorter than I wanted them, by about 50 millimeters, which is kind of disappointing. But apart from that, it's gone reasonably well. So that sits all in there like so. Nice and tidy. Let's see if we can get you a decent shot of this. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? What a work of art. Oh, it's so tidy. I'd forgotten how tidy it looks on the inside. So that's all done. Today we're going to be working on, obviously, these connectors need wires. This was what I was waiting on a harness for, so I didn't have to do them all myself, but I'm going to be doing them all myself, hopefully today, and hopefully fairly quick. I don't know how quick it will actually be, but we can always hope for it to be quick. And then we'll also do the management inside the enclosure, and then we'll also get start printing. It might be quite a long stream today, but there's no filament printing. I've eaten, I've got water, so I'm not going to die from anything. I mean, I can't make any promises, but I'm not planning to. So yeah, I think we're just going to plow on and get things built. Hoping for a first print. We've got some filament available. Just got to start. So get this out of the way, this out of the way. So I've got this little table, which is, if you look in the links in the video description to my GitHub page, you'll find the instructions for the divider PCB. This version 1.3, this will be out of date pretty soon. I'm working on the final version now. I mean, this is pretty final, it has everything you need, but the pictures are just based on the prototype design, as obviously I didn't have the full production one until after I started selling them. So I've been working on those, all the pictures are done. Just need to update the manual with those. But what I was talking about is the harness. So harness specification is in the back here. And then, I mean, bit of materials and everything's in the instructions and everything as well. So you can find those on GitHub. So in terms of cable length, I'm not actually sure exactly what the limit is at the moment, because obviously not done mine yet. I'm going to be doing mine 800 millimeters. There may have an issue with some parts. I just don't know. If we do, then obviously I'll make notes of what the appropriate length is in the doobly-doos. So there's a bit of a glue bit on the end, let's get rid of that. And of course I've got some nice purple wires that are a bit thin wire gauge for what I wanted. They weren't actually listed what the wire gauge was, so I just had to guess. But they'll be fine for most things, and then I've got some slightly thicker wires for the heater power. Oh. At the moment, PCB is only available in black. I'm looking at doing some colour options, maybe. And maybe a special edition colour as well, like a limited quantity one. But at the moment, it's black. I figured black is quite a neutral colour, so for people that aren't fussy, I mean, it won't matter. For people that are, at least it won't stick out too much, unless you're trying to do it like all entirely white, but at least then it's kind of grayscale maybe. Whereas green can be a bit contrasty with weird colours if people don't like that colour in particular. So on my table I've labelled accent colours and non-accent colours. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but 2 of those are beds. So we need 7, 4, 5, 6, 've had to take all the music off as well. For those that come to multiple streams, you'll have heard music before, but I got copyright strike, even though, well, not a copyright strike, sorry, it was a content ID claim, so it doesn't actually affect the channel, but it was annoying to deal with, so no more music. It was supposed to be copyright free and fine to use on YouTube, but turns out that was not quite accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 nice purple wires. You don't have to speak in accent, it's fine. And then we've got this, just a black and red. This is going to be for the bed power. Should be thick enough. It's a bit thicker than everything else. So 24 volts with 7.5 amps. So this is probably on the limit. Hopefully not over the limit. It's about the largest size gauge that should fit in the terminals, and the terminals are rated for like 14 amps, so we should be fine. So that's that. And where's the other one? Here we go. So we've got to do the base colour, which is black. And then we've got lots and lots of crimping to do. Oh, did I not do... I was going to do a weird colour scheme for the motor wires, so you could tell which one's which. So you have like 1 purple, 3 black, and then 2 purple, 2 black, 3 purple, 1 black, and then like black, purple, black, purple. That'd be a way of doing it, but here I've just got them all black, so I'm just going to do them all black. We don't have any... I can group them maybe with this. That's why I got the heat shrink out, so I can just group wires together. So we need at least 16 of these. It's quite a lot of crimping to do. This is going to be the main job today, crimping things. I've tested my tools and I got the right thing. So as long as everything goes to plan, we should be quite quick. But you never know, do you? Stuff always bites you in the arse. All the divider PCBs, the first 50 are all gone now, by the way. All the pre-orders, I mean. Second batch of pre-orders also shipped out. So they're actually like in stock. So if you want one, they like ship like next day now. So this is good, eh? Well, I think so anyway. I'll do a video about it soonish. I wanted to get this printer finished so I could demonstrate the functionality on the printer rather than just describe it, which is another reason why I wanted to get this live stream stuff done. Oh, good evening, Squirrel Brain. I missed you. I posted a time lapse of an articulated dragon. YouTube said it was copyright and demonetized the video. I thought no big deal, but it went viral. And now it's 460,000 views. I've never had a video with that many views. I don't think any of my videos have ever really gone viral at all. I don't make stuff that's maybe that visually appealing, so that's my excuse anyway. My 800mm cuts are not very consistent. I suppose I can just trim them all off at the end. I mean, they're not always, the plan is, seeing as I don't know the exact wire lengths we need from like the part where it enters the box, I'm cutting them all to one length, and then I'll do one end and kind of manage the end there, then go to the box, put everything in the box, and then I'll cut them that side and crimp them as I do them. If that makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Thirteen. 14. I didn't make anybody spend money on Veritools. I just used them. They are nice though, aren't they? Oh no, no. Oh no, you can't put effort into things. As soon as you put effort in, then it will never go well. That's the rule. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 35. That's an odd number. I feel like I'm not going to have enough. I measured it. I must have enough. Right. Seeing as I'm not exactly sure the quantities, let's get these. Which one is my favourite? It's a difficult question to answer. I mean, obviously I've not used this one yet. I think the great thing about the V0 is if you need to print like one part in ABS, is the quickest way to print one part in ABS. The Rat Rig V-3 I use quite a lot for just general printing. I don't do much ABS on it because it's not enclosed. Sorry, just need to focus for a second. The Voron is just good for printing anything that could warp because it gets hot. So I use them all for kind of different things really. I wish these were delivered to me. So obviously for these connectors, because I've sold quite a few of these kits, I've had to buy huge numbers of terminals, the likes of which I never thought I'd purchase. Well, the size, the amount of which, the quantity of which I never thought I'd purchase. But an efficient way to buy connectors and terminals is to buy them together. Unfortunately, that means that you don't get to choose how your terminals come. So they come all on a strip, which is fine, it's not a problem. It is more cost efficient to do it that way. So, connector I'm going to do first is the smaller one. So the smaller one is an 02 by 08, so 2 by 8, total of 16 terminals, and that is exactly enough terminals for 4 stepper motors. Funny how that turns out. So don't need this. Got my little jig on my tool. I tend to actually not use any other sizes but the 2 and a bit mil one. It seems to be perfect for most small crimps like this. Do I want to one at a time altogether? One at a time. So in general, it doesn't matter where these go to begin with. Obviously, without this being connected on the other end, doesn't matter what it's doing, so these can go in anywhere. Let's get them the right way up, whichever way up that is. Not sure. That way, whichever way that was. Wings pointing up towards the connector. Big curly wires all over the place. There are some spare terminals provided in the kit, but not many. So if you're not confident with your wiring, it may be worth purchasing some extras. That's something I maybe should have provided. I don't mean within the kit, I mean I could provide them on the site, couldn't I? For spares for people that do need a bit of practice before they start. This is going to turn into ASMR live stream, I think. Three. What's going on here? Crimping therapy. I'm trying to go quick-ish because it'll probably seem slower to everyone watching than it is to do. But I also don't want to make mistakes. I think it might be quicker to do this. The second term will probably take a bit longer because we're using black and purple there. It's going to matter which one goes where. just testing every few terminals, give them a little tug. Don't pull them super hard, but you don't want them coming out. I'm not sure which tool you're talking about. The blue one or the yellow one? The one in your hand. The trouble is I keep switching. The one with the blue handles or the one with the yellow handles? Blue. No, I don't pre-crimp and then adjust, so let's see if I can do a couple close up. So what I do, have I got one that I need to strip a few first and then I'll... So this one, you just put the thing in and it cuts it. Oh. You have to get the little bits out, otherwise they disturb it. That just does that. And then this one, so what I'm doing is holding the pointy end, so the wings are sticking out. Place this in here, so it's just sort of flush and held. Sometimes I do it a little bit more. Then put the wire in until it stops, which means the end is in the right place. And then crimp it down, and then you'll see it's lovely and crimped nicely. This is going to look so good. These are really easy to crimp. This was a good choice. Two more in here. I wonder if that would have gone wrong for a minute, just as I said. They're easy to do. One more. Definitely going to need some more cut. Where's the good angle? Maybe here. There we go. So now I have one MegaFit connector, please, here. Nicely fully pinned. 37 minutes since the start of the stream. Now what I'm going to do is group these. So use a little bit of heat shrink on the ends to put them in little groups that they will be connected together with, if that makes sense. I don't know if this is going to work particularly well, but that's the plan. Scissors. The original plan was to label them, so I have a label maker and I bought some heat shrink tube to be able to label the wires. Unfortunately, my thing stopped working. Are you going to Murph? No, unfortunately not. So, 1, 2, 8, and 9. Let's go. So the other instructions are probably a bit easier. Wait. X. Okay, that's really easy. Wow, clever me. So it's just the 4. They're just done in groups of 4 from the side. Oh, it's going to be difficult to know which one's which one, isn't it? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I suppose. In fact, I might just not do these. Or do I? I'm going to need to like make it to make sure all the wires are the right length and in the right place, and then maybe come back and polish it up with the extra bits. So now we need the other connector. So this one's bigger. So the first one's 18, 16. The first one's 16. I always get them confused because it's 18 or 2x8. I mean, that shouldn't be confusing, I know. The 8s always just pop out as the key number, and it's not the key number because a 2x8 and an 18 is not the same thing. Wow, these are significantly different length. Okay, so that's 4, and I did how many of these? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 and 4 is 11. So I need more black. Maybe it's going to be easier if I pull loads out. Don't know. Oop. One thing I was going to try and go to, but I only realised it was happening this week, is Maker Central. I just had totally forgotten that. I saw Ivan Miranda post that he was going in the middle of the week. I was like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Totally forgot it. Totally forgot it. It's not really a 3D printing thing, but it is a maker thing. So would have been nice to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 7 and 12. That should be enough. Okay. I think one of these might be really, really short. Okay. Back to ASMR mode. Are you making a Voron? No, I'm making the Rat Rig V-minion. Well, I'm making loads of wires at the moment, but... Oh, it's in the title, isn't it? In case you're not aware, the V-minion... Well, you can see it probably in the little preview window. Bottom right. Is this machine here. 'Tis little, but mighty. Yeah, my hair looks even worse on screen than it does in the mirror. Let's go back to close-up where you don't have to see that so much. An auto-feeding crimp tool would be quite nice, wouldn't it? That would probably also save a lot of time. I suppose that's pretty much just what industrial machines are, isn't it? Auto-feeding, auto-crimping, auto-everything. hoping to do a first print today, but I feel like that might be optimistic. We'll see. I'm trying to go quite quick, 48 minutes in. Oops, it is. A few more. So that's all those. Now let's do the purples. Disappointingly small number of purples, but there you go. That's just the way it is. Oh, it is. Yeah, this is the one that was on it before. So it's a Z cat with, has a stop for the carriage and an arm for the filament with the hole for the other doobly what's it doodah. Yep, it's just about okay. That one was on the edge, but it's gripped and it's in. Putting myself, all I'm thinking is, can I do it without making a mistake? Can I do all of these without making a single pulls up? Oh, I know, it's fine. It made a weird sound, but it's okay. There we go. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spare terminals. So you can make 5 complete balls ups, cut the end off and start again. It should be fine. Because those are pretty easy. Those ones are not too bad at all. So now we need all these black ones that are not in a connector, all these red ones that are not in a connector. We need to put them in a connector. So, I don't know if I've got the best layout for this, have I? Yeah, I kind of want to label this one a bit more, maybe with which one's accent, which one's... But between them, should be fine. Oh. The PCB, the harness diagram. Oh no, okay, this one's fine. The one I have in front of me is labeled in some weird order, so the pin numbers go like 14, 15, 16, 3, 12, 4, 13, 8, 17, 15, 16. Not helpful. Yeah, I think there's some, not missing information, all the information's here, but I feel like it could be better. So, which way around are we going? So, all the positive ones is what I've labelled as accent. So, and both hot end, and the bed thermistor, sorry, is both black. The hot end thermistors are both accent. Everything else is positive accent, negative base colour. So if I do those first. There you go. It is important that you are careful the orientation you put these in, because as you saw there, they can kind of get jammed in very easily if you don't have them right in the right way. So you've got the 2 little wings on the top, just make sure they're pointing straight up and not squiffed slightly. Bed thermistor, that's both base colour, base, buttery biscuit base. Oh no, I've done that one wrong. Do I have a pin removal tool? This pin removal tool is too big, so I've slightly messed that up. So we'll have 2 purple at the top. Servo plus will be accent, right? Ground is definitely that. Servo signal. I think it's base color. Plus and minus is definitely base color. Hot end fan plus will be accent. Hot end fan minus will be black. And part fan plus will be purple. Oh, that was close. Part fan plus goes in here. and then everything else is black. I think I've miscounted somewhere. Oh, I seem to have one extra. Right, this is now a super tangle mess. This one will definitely need some heat shrink keys. Otherwise I'm definitely going to make a mess of it. So I don't think I have any heat shrink that's really ideal size. It's either too big or too small. Yeah, this is just a random collection of heat shrink. Oh, that might... No, it fit one wire, not two. Oh, that's never going back in there now, is it? So, they're not as nicely grouped, are they, as on this one? So what we do know is hot end thermistors, bed thermistors. So those two off to the side. And then that lot off there. So thermistors are now one black, one purple. I'm not sure this is going to work. I've just heated it until it will shrink to the right size, but it's not going to shrink small enough. So we're going to have to find an alternative solution. Let's just double check for any other heat shrink I might have. Is this smaller? It is smaller. Let's see if this is going to be small enough. $10 super chat. Congrats for crimping all this wire without making a mistake. Thank you very much. I think that'll do. That's Probably not going to use this thing because that's just going to set stuff on fire. Let's use the heat gun. Cut a bunch of these. Is Steve still working? You mean the printer that I designed? That was... No. I mean, it might have still been working if I kept it assembled, but I disassembled it so I had parts for something else, and so I don't have it anymore. Steve is gone. So hot end fan, we've got 3 for hot end fan. So 1817 and 1615. 1615. And then also 6. Next, part fan. So I've got part fan minus, I've got part fan plus, I've got part fan RPM. That's another trio. So the part fan RPM is only for 3-pin fans. If you're using 2-pin fans, then you do not need it. I included it basically as like a future-proofing sort of thing, because 3-pin fans are becoming more popular, quite rightly so. X-min end stop, Y-min end stop. You can probably do probe signal, servo signal, and these are all kind of different things now. Probe plus, so we can do probe signal with probe plus. Probe signal, probe plus. Ground can kind of go with any one of these, really. So now we've got servo plus with servo signal. And then we've got these two right on the left and these two right on the right. Ground, end stops, plus voltage, X min end stop, Y min end stop, and then ground. So we could put them together, but don't really need to. They can be their own thing. I suppose we could do X min with plus and ground. How about that? That's a pretty good idea, and then we've just got a single one left over. This ground is not for any of the heaters, it's just for these like extra devices, end stops, etc. It's not even for fans, so it's not high current, you don't need to wire it to the main supply or anything. Fan RPM doesn't necessarily correlate to airflow. I mean, on one fan it kind of does, but it also impacts like flow pressure. It's more just you can know when it's working and when it's not working. And also an RPM on one fan is definitely nothing to do with an RPM, the same RPM on another fan. They wouldn't have equivalent flow rates, unless of course they're the same fan. Okie dokie. An hour and 10 minutes. We're not doing too bad. Pausing for thought. I'm thinking what wire I want for hot end heaters. So I'm going to do bed heater definitely. Oh, this is for a different. I think I'm supposed to be using this one. Doesn't really matter. Oh, come on, there we go. No, I'm going to use this. Oh no, this is the one for the instructions. I'm just going to have to do it this way. So, two red terminals. Should have two black ones. So this is the wire we've cut. This is going to be for the heater bed. It's a bit higher gauge, I think it's 16 gauge. So don't want this for these, this needs to be longer. You can do these typically a bit longer and cut the ends off. Seeing as we've got red and black coloured cable, we might as well correlate with the ferrule as well. Good, doesn't come off. I was just cutting off the little bits that stick out the end. There's still some sticking out the end. They can just, if you cut them straight onto the desk, they end up like sticking in your hands randomly, which is not exactly ideal. There we go. Which way round do they go? Pluses go in the middle, don't they? Bed goes this side. Need to unscrew the terminals. There we go. So bed goes this side, so we'll shove those two in there. And then for heater, what are we going to do? I'm a little bit nervous about using this, so I might get something else. I just think this might be a little bit thin. I'm not sure. I could steal the wires from the Revo. If I can find. I think I have my Revo 6 heater cables are not being used. And they've already got some little things on them, so that'll do nicely. It does mean cutting this off the other end, but that's okay. It's only got to crimp to the wrong end. What do you mean crimp to the wrong end? How can you crimp the wrong end? I need to do both ends. There we go. So let's do a bit of a status update. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Deal with that later. Over here for now. So we now have our 3 little harnesses, I guess is the word. So the all black one should go in here. Kind of stiff, but it goes. And then the other components, again, it's probably going to be quite stiff. Goes in nicely. And then our heaters in there. So we'll get those like bundled, collected nicely and stuff later. But they all fit, they're all in. Now we need to go do the control box. Come on. This should be easier than that. Hopefully they get easier with time. That was not super easy. I might try and get a little bit extra room on the box. It's annoying you can't grab these connectors, they don't have like little wings on them to hold. Let's see why this is not coming out. What the hell? Not sure why that was so tight. I was kind of thinking, well, maybe one of them's bent a bit funny, but it hasn't. My wow stick. I've forgotten what the wow stick was. Why did I put it back in? Maybe you could do with some more area around here to grab the connector with. Is it still? I think the latch is not coming off quite right, that's all it is. No. How have I cut myself on the table? I feel like something's interfering weirdly. Ah, maybe that middle post, because it's just snapped off. Not too sure. I'll take another look at that. Off camera, I think. Maybe one of the crimps was a bit too tight or something. They all seem to fit okay. Well, nevertheless, let's get on with the electronics enclosure. Get everything wired up in there. Because there's a lot to do in here. So we've got to do step of drivers. Oh, there's the other set of kit pieces. Got some zip ties to hold everything down. Some extra wire lengths. Got some terminals. Should be all we need for now. So there's two little cables in here with like what people call DuPont connectors. These are for connecting the Raspberry Pi to the control board. Oops, so daisy. There's a little 5 volt, sorry. Step down on there, so that will power that. And then we've got these. So much shorter than I expected. Okay, let's. I'm going to do these just down here. I'm going to have to trim them down. I'm not sure how many people have a crimp thing that can actually do these, so I might switch these out. There's my big fat boy there. So I don't think this will do it. We'll give it a try. No, 100% won't. Oh dear. So I think I'm not going to use these terminals then. I will use terminals, but not these ones, because I don't have a tool that can crimp these. And I'm not sure many people will, because they're quite large and they're not the normal red, yellow, blue style that people use every single other place. So let's get some of the normal tapes. The normal tapes which get used a lot. So I think it's these should fit. That fits pretty good. Maybe a little bit big. These ones of course are probably a little bit small. And they work. We want some covered ones really though, don't we? These are the ones. So only 3, 4, 5 of those should be. Earth is going to go straight to the power supply. And now we need to redo these again because these are now too short. Oh, this is going well, isn't it? Hilariously well. There's that. Now these we're going to have to cut down because we've got to go through the switch. So of these pins, top one is earth. The one that goes here is then bridging through the fuse. That's live. And then you've got neutral over this side. And so you want to go from the earth straight to the power supply. Then the live that comes down here and across here, this goes down to the switch. And then neutral in this case is going to go straight to the power supply. We should really have a double switch thing here so we can put both of these through that switch. Unfortunately though, we don't. So the live, which is the brown, that's going to go through the switch. So we're going to make a little loop like so, like this. And then we're going to have to cut it and then just use the remaining length for the remaining. Where's my choppers gone? drop those over here. This. So that's our short. Was this here before? Was there an extra earth cable that I just didn't see? Did they provide two? I mean, like, how do? Okay, well, it's too late now. I think there was another one that I could have used instead of cutting that one, but I didn't see it. It could be. We'll see how easy it is. If it's fiddly to get in there, then I'll take it out. These connectors do require quite a bit of force to put on, so try not to hurt myself in the process. Okie dokie. So let's do this one first. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. And then we got this one. We need some other terminals for the other end. Something that fits in the power supply now. I think the blue ones I have fit a little bit better. I'm going to find some blue ones. So we've got rings or forks. I think we'll go forks because it might be a bit tight on space. Thanks, Pavel. I need to get going as well, as in hurry the hell up. It's an hour and a half and I feel like I barely started. When you do these types of terminals, it's fairly important that you don't get wire coming out the end of the connector, because that can interrupt, well, it can just prevent this sitting flat and the screwing down properly kind of thing. So just try to make sure it doesn't stick out the end. here. Got earth going there. Got the other live going here. And the neutral going there. Now I hope this goes on this way, because otherwise we're really stuffed. So is that going to like hinge out? Can we do it like this way? I'm going to have to just like put these on mid-air and fold it in. So next, some positive wires. Positive wires. So these are the power wires. Now there doesn't seem to be any terminals provided for these or whatsoever. So what I'd like, presumably powers one of these two. One of them's the bed probably, one of them's power. But they're not really labelled on this side. So let's find the wiring diagram. Okay, yeah, so power. Can we see all right from there? It's quite a way away, isn't it, that camera? It's also really blue. Got a better plan. So, I've forgotten already. This one is the bed and this one is the power supply. These screw block, they're pluggable screw block terminals. That's literally what they're called, screw block terminals that plug in. We're really limited for space here. The power connectors line up right with the Raspberry Pi screws. We want some more terminals. The screw terminals can be done with just plain wires, but I think it's generally better practice to stick something on the end. These are extraordinarily long though. These are like 20mm ones. I suppose I can just maybe cut them. Not done this before. That's pretty good connection. You need to place a side panel with the zip tie things upside down. Cable wiring goes below, not top, beside power supply. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, did I just... 16 gauge. Okay, we'll use 16. you're saying? The panel opposite the one with the fan is better upside down. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that makes no sense that way up, does it? Let's give a go at switching that over. So I think what's being said here, if we have a look. So these are the little wiry, tiry things that are going to hold the cables down. If you flip this panel around this way, then those BCs will be down here, which will give you more space for wiring management than it will when they're up here. So let's give it a old flipperoonie. Pasta fairy. Cool. If we manage to do a first print tonight, that'll be amazing, because honestly, at the moment, I'm not thinking we will. But I shall keep trying. We shall keep going. We shall not stop. Might have to slow down a bit though, because it's exhausting. Yeah, nylox were just not needed at all in this enclosure. It just makes it a pain in the ass to put together. So, got these powers. We need some extra things on the end of here. Not these though. Done with these. For this we need more of the terminals that are in that big box. What did I do with the big box? Is it just gone? Where's it gone? I put it down here. Oh, how did I reach that? Oh, golly. Okay. Oh. These are here. Three pairs of 12 volt. What you got 12 volt doing? Shouldn't be any 12 volts. How are these so long? It was suggested to me recently that I get increase the number of different tools that I have for that crimp tool to suit slightly longer crimp needs. I think this is what I'm missing literally right now. So that might be something I do soon. So let's just double check polarity on these wires. Red towards the center. Need I don't know why these terminals are not joined. They have like little interlocking parts, so they join together, but for some reason they're not used. So that's 2 more wires for the power supply. I'm going to leave them for now. I think we need to get on with this mess. So stepper drivers, that could be the next thing. I think if I turn it around, you'll see stepper drivers a little bit better. There's this whole bank along here. And luckily, you've noticed that these are red and these are black. They're coded on these Big Tree Tech drivers. Also, if you're using the configuration I am, just double check the manual because there's specific header pins that you want to remove. And then you put these on here, but not how I've done because that's the wrong driver, that's the wrong location. X, Y, Z and E0. I put these heatsinks on myself, by the way, they didn't come installed. It was very easy to do. You just take the tape off and stick it on. So that's those done. Might need the one. Let's just put that over there. I know. Do we just need to bring this lot of wires into here now? Raspberry Pi. Again, there's a little wiring diagram for the Raspberry Pi. It's just 2 wires. So if you're familiar with the Raspberry Pi GPIO layout, this set of 40 pins here. Up at one end, I forget which end, yep, this end here, there's 2 5 volts and a ground pin, so we can utilize those to power the board. Now, there's no protection circuitry when you use these, so you either need to make sure, well, you basically need to make sure that you have protection circuitry elsewhere in your design. Hopefully we do. This is going to over here. Weirdly, when they put this image on the instructions, they didn't make it the same way up as this, which would have been nice, but it's so next to this USB connector, it's the one in from the board, first one right next to, and the furthest one, so around there, 5 volts there, which is the RGB header. So that would go under there, under there, under there, under there. So I think we're going to try and squeeze that in there. So we're under those, under those, under the USB connector. Out the other side. Back onto here. Keeps it a little bit tidier. Tucked away nicely. Still got to crimp a load of JST connectors. I feel like I'm missing things, but I think it's just because there's a lot going on here, and this lot needs to go into this box. So what I'm going to do is stick that over there. We don't actually need the power supply for a while. I'm going to connect these into their positions, maybe not. We don't need to do that. Which should we do first? Do them in order of difficulty. I think this one be most difficult because it's all black. And this needs to go the other way around because all the cable's got to go through this hole. So this is Y. So X should be... Why is there a plus minus on that board? I don't know what it's for. So that's Y. Y, X, Z, E is the order on here. Y, X, Z, E. So we want E to be the longest. So we'll do that on first. Right. Looks like it's JST and clock. Again, there are some spare JST terminals. Where's my guide? It is important when doing stepper motors that you get the colours correct. Well, not the colours themselves, but the relative positions of those colours. Do you mean JST crimp tool? I don't have a link, but this tool is labelled SN-01BM, and this has been fine for doing JST, XH, and all the Microfit 3. I'll repeat it again. SN Sierra November -01 Bravo M. What's M? M. Not really good at phonetic alphabet. Oh, one more. So now we need to work out, of these 4 wires, which go in which order. As I said, it is important. They don't need to go through the box yet. How are we going to do this? So, yellow, so this one, so top corner is red. Oops, there's it. Oh, I do need these connectors now, don't I? Connector. What have I done with all the connectors? I threw them all over the place. So red goes here. Yellow. Oh, this is extruder. So that's equivalent to green. Oh, red is equivalent to something else. Okay, so that's not right. So red on extruder would be blue normally. Which makes it this one. Yellow is normally green. So that one goes here. This wire is green, which is normally red, so that one goes here. And the last one goes in the last place. X, Y, Z, and D, no, is that? No, it's not going to be, is it? It's the one right at the end. But that would be E1. Oh, okay, it says to use E1. For some reason. So move the stepper driver over. So it should be this way, with a gap. Again, really needs a label. Because when I put them in all in a cable bundle, you're never going to know which is which. E and then Z. That's right. Audio very low. It might just be, excuse me mumbling. What's it like for anyone that's normally listening? Oh, you're getting me pumped right into your ears. Oh, that sounded weird. Sorry. Said that before I thought about it. Right, so top right is blue. Top left is green. Bottom right is red. And then the last one is the last one. Come on. Is that in? I think that's it. So we've not reduced the length, they're all just going to be the same length at the moment. This is Z. Next connector over. Why is there so many motor connectors? XYZ. Is it double Z? Yeah, an E0, some random 2-pin plus minus. I don't know what these plus minus, this one here, oh, you can't see that. Right, and next is X. I've only got 3 wires. There's 4. Número 4. These JSTs are much more difficult to get. I say much more difficult. They're a bit more difficult than the Microfit 3 purely because they're so small. You have to like just grab them right at the end in order to get them in the tool in the right place because they're so short. There we go. And then according to the diagram, put this way up. This way up. Blue. That one, that goes in then 3, yep. Yep. And wire number 3 goes between them. And wire number 4 goes at the end. You can barely even reach these connectors. There we go. Last motor. Get the wires same length. Pop. Pretty much that. Cool. Can you imagine if I did all the JSTs right first time as well? That would genuinely be a miracle. I can't imagine that happening, to be honest. I'll lose concentration probably part way and just fluff it. Right. This one goes here, this one blue. Poff. 2, top left, and then goes in 2 away from that. Bottom right goes in between those 2. And the last one goes in the empty place. This is double check. So that's bottom left, my motor, black. I mean, they're all black. That would be black in the vault. Yep, cool. That motor, that goes in there like a so. Then we can, so we want them all equal length from there really. Let's use this because it's laying around. I'm going to try and arrange these. Let's get some. So we'll put the 3 motors together that X, Y, Z, and that identifies E as being different. And then X and Y together. And then just one for X. It's not an elegant labeling system, but it will be a functional labeling system. This bundle might be a bit big for just one of these, so I might put all of them in it together. Yeah, I reckon we can fit lots more in there, so we'll leave that for now, and we'll put it in all 3 of them when they're all done. So I'm going to take this back out, if I can get to the blooming connectors. Never pull connectors from their terminals, he says. Pulling connectors from the terminals, just because you can't access otherwise. Whew. 2 hours 15 minutes. I really am not going to be able to first print today, am I? That sucks. I didn't think it would take this long. How's that ended up not working? Okay, one harness done. Hopefully the hardest, maybe not the hardest. Next is the biggest one. Holy balls, Batman. Okay. Might as well keep the bit of heat shrink on here. There's no reason to remove it necessarily. If it was a label, that would be great. Just about in. Does anyone have any questions? Because otherwise it's just ASMR mode. Well, I have some questions for you. So, for anyone that sees the YouTube social comments thing, oh yes, it's going over here. Maybe I can try. Is that getting a bit better? And normally I wear a polo shirt, which is why it always sits in the same place quite consistently. But I wore a different shirt. Yeah, I have a question. So for those of you who have printers with clipper, what things do you have plugged into your Raspberry Pi? Please tell. The question is, what things do you have plugged into your Raspberry Pi if you're running Clipper? I mean, maybe if you're not running Clipper. To be honest, even if you're not running Clipper, but mostly people running Clipper, because I don't imagine many people have Raspberry Pis. Oh, so it's Octoprint, of course. So this one is the end stops plus voltage, positive voltage going in here, positive, X minimum is short one. Ground is the black. It's a ground, just a long one. Ground in the middle. I have a micro SD card plugged into my Pi. I kind of mean apart from that. Oh, this is messy. This is servo plus. I don't know if I even need this. Because this is just for BL Touch, which is not going to be plugged in. I suppose I can add it in anyway, and then if I ever choose to use it, it's there. Oops. I was thinking of connecting my second ADXL to the Pi, but I decided to swap on the SKR. Oh, there were other. Just camera and accelerometer. Is that a camera through the ribbon cable or a camera through the USB port? Actually add a USB hub or change the Raspberry Pi to a normal model. On mine, camera, board and Ethernet. I'll connect SKR with UART. I was thinking of connecting my second ADXL to the Pi, but decided to swap on the SKR2 instead. Once I use my Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, it will be the board and the webcam. Not sure about anything else for now. Control board and webcam. USB. So Servo Plus. I forget which of these is Servo Plus for the. I'm going to be improving this wiring diagram, I think, tomorrow, because I'm not sure there's quite enough information, or it's there, just not in the most helpful format. And I want to make this easy as possible. Yeah, so the white and black are Z-min. Control signal is orange, yellow. Servo Plus is the red one, which makes sense. Servo Ground is the brown one, or black. Brown. Okay, ground. So one in from the end over here, second in here. Oh, I need a thing. On the thing. 5-volt, second pin. This way up. And then the other one on this is down over here. That's servo signal, which is yellow. It's in there. And that doesn't really matter. It's not. I'm not going to know if it's wrong because I don't have a BL Touch, so I'm not using the servo. But if I do want to add one, then I only need to deal with the divider PCB side of it. Everything else is then already wired up, ready to go. Next we have two thermistors. These are a bit easier at least. So for thermistors, they're super easy because it doesn't matter which way round, it's literally just like measuring a resistance. So the only thing that matters is you plug the bed one into the bed plug and the hot end one into the hot end plug. Other than that, it doesn't matter. So this one, which side is this? This is the first one, so this is bed. Where does bed thermistor plug in? Randomly all the way over here. Thermistor bed, okie dokie. That's that lot. Next thermistor. So let's match what we just did. So this is hot end thermistor, and that goes, where does it goes? Next to bed thermistor, funny that. Next up, and I'll wiring task, I think whatever's connected to this. Just two wires. This is the probe, so this is important. Okay, so we've got two wires. One will be the signal, one will be the voltage. So, because obviously the ground is common for this, so it's shared through the PCB. So, inductive probe, 1, 10, 14. Good evening. You've missed 2.5 hours of me doing wiring. So if you like wiring, then you've missed a lot. If you don't like wiring, you've not missed much. Brown is the +5 volts. What have I connected this to? Top probe signal is black. We need to move our wires around. We need a 2-pin. So we need blue, which is ground, which will be sorted already. Black, which is the Z minimum. BL touch. I'm getting confused for some reason. These wires we have attached to probe signal and probe voltage. But I've already got probe voltage from this. So what the hell is this connected to? Servo voltage. Yeah, using the same pin. Of course, you can't have an inductive probe and a BL touch at the same time. So this one is just going to sit in here and not be used. That's fine. And this one will be that 5V pin in the middle of here. And then this single pin on these two. Blue is the ground, so black is the Z min, which goes in here. Which goes in here. Come on. So there we go. Oh, helps if I put it through the hole though, doesn't it? And now we're on to hot end fan, I think this slot. 2 from the end, 3 from the end. Yeah. Hopefully this will be less confusing. The main board in here is an SKR2, I believe. Yes. Had to just double check. Any tips for good quality Molex crimp connector sets? The sets I bought from Amazon were crappy quality. I would like to have original Molex, but didn't find any sets. What do you mean by sets? They often don't really come in sets. Like, you have to buy a specific thing. Especially if you buy from the OEM, because the OEM will be normally supplying hundreds of thousands at a time. I mean, you generally don't buy from OEM, it'd be a resupplier, but I wouldn't personally bother with kits. I'd buy exactly what you need. Why not the Pico? Because this is the default board option. You probably could use Pico for this, but this is the suggested one. Oh, Pico's not supported by Rat OS yet. There you go. That's a good enough reason. So for me, I'm only using 2-pin fans at the moment. So I might just cut off the signal one. What's the safest way of doing this? First we need a 2-pin connector. One of these pins is not like the other. One of these pins goes in here for positive. Hot-end fan negative is the one that goes here. I don't really want a terminal just sticking out, so I'm just going to cut it off. MOSFET replacement does sound like a pain in the ass. I can't believe. What was wrong with the MOSFET? Why did you have to replace it? I'm guessing there was something wrong. It wasn't just for funsies. That doesn't sound like a funsies job. Right, there's not many wires left. These three are going to be the other fan. Oh, did they send you out a new one and you had to solder it on yourself? That sounds like a pain in the everything. No, you want the fan blowing into the case, because you want to supply the cold air from outside into the case, and then it will exhaust anywhere else. I mean, it sort of kind of doesn't matter, but by putting it here, you're right next to the drivers. I guess that was the mentality, and they're the bit that's going to get hottest. So you just focus your airflow by your hottest components. I don't have to do one of these. Which one is it? I do have to do purple. This is part fan negative. So this one does, this one doesn't. That goes that way, that goes in that side. That goes in that side. Well, we're getting there. There's like one more wire to do. Oh, what an ordeal. I know, we're missing a fan. Why have we got 3 fans? Controller fan. Of course. Luckily, that one's already in the box. I could recrimp it, or I could be super lazy and just... I think we'll recrimp it, because we don't want all of this wire in this box. Something like that. No, those like PTFE replacement, Heliflex, whichever, they're really designed for, well, as far as I can tell, for being like slippery and corrosion, chemical resistant. So they're great in things like drag chains with high core count and stuff like that. But the cables I'm using here, they're not going to be in motion. They're all entirely static, so you really don't need to use expensive cables. So while they do look very similar, as far as I'm aware, these are PVC wires. Oh, I can just use this. Oh, come on. why can't I take this out? There we go. So positive on this side, negative that side. Wire it. Bosh. Okay. I need a drink. Gauge wire. 12 gauge wire is huge. You'd find it quite difficult to use. I mean, most of the connectors and stuff just won't fit 12 gauge wire. It's way too big. So this should be Y-min end stop. So we need a 3-penny doodly, positive, ground, signal, white, turn one down, bosh. Oh, there we go. Y, bosh. Oh, forgot to put it through the silly owl again. Come on, you silly owl. In you go. In you go, mate. There you go. There you right. Nice. Nice. Right. Oh no, we've got some more to do. Forgot about the powers. Okay. Sorry, E3D. I'm going to eat your cable. Bump. Connectors. So we've got the dashed line being negative. I'm sure 12 gauge wire is used for many, many things. Like, there's always an application for something, but not really needed in 3D printers. Oh, I don't know which way around the positive and negative is on the heaters. I think this way. Need to open them up. Too big. Yeah, I mean, 12 gauge can have high current capacity, can't it? So there's definitely some potential for some danger. Oh, so daisy. That's what happens if your thing gets stuck in there. Don't PSUs demand 12 gauge? No. You only need the thickness of wire for your application. That's suitable for currents, temperatures, environmental effects, etc. that you are dealing with in your specific scenario. These little connectors are quite difficult to get in. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's fine. I thought I didn't put it through the magic hole for a minute, but I did. Okay. This is starting to look... Oh no, we took this other cable out, so this has to go in. How many seconds are we getting this in? So how did I do this? X was all of them. Y was next. Then this one. Then this one. Rat's nest. Right. Now, we want to sort of braid it all together. I don't mean braid it. Just... Something's not going quite right. There we go. Now, can we bundle all of this stuff into this one braided doobly-doo? We need a bit of fire to hit the ends of this. Where did I put that lighter that I had earlier? Anyone? No? Anybody? No? Over there? new in here. Got a heater, not sure if this works as well. That probably works better than the flame actually. I'm not aware of my design being taken, but then it's not on Thingiverse, so not been stolen yet. I've not been watching, to be fair, but it would require somebody having bought it for it to be re-uploaded, so I don't think it's just Thingiverse. It's probably like My Mini Factory and all the other popular places, but there's nowhere near the traffic volume on my little website for them to probably even know about it. So I'm sort of hiding in the shadows, as it were. Hiding in plain sight, one of those. Yeah, look at that! Yeah, boy! I mean, it'd be probably sensible to test this before I start putting loads of zip ties on it, but forget which way to spiral this. Which is the good way to spiral it? There's a good spiral direction that works well and a spiral direction that doesn't work well. Thanks, John. See you soon, man. How long till magic smoke time? Oh, not long at all. We're pretty much there, aren't we? John's going to miss out on magic smoke. I mean, I'm hoping we won't release magic smoke. But it would be entertaining, wouldn't it? Yeah, these things down here, not particularly useful. Not for me. Let's get some bigger zip ties here. How am I going to check for shorts? Check everything with a gauge. I don't think I'm going to do that. Oh. Right. Are we ready for juice? Check VCC and ground. From where to... Oh, just between VCC and ground. Do that if you like. Oh, I remember what cable I was going to use for the hot end now. This. This is helifilogon wire. That's why I had it out. I knew I had a plan. I just forgot what the plan was. YOLO it. Let's see. No, I'll do a test between VCC and ground. Let's do that. Oh, I found the lighter as well. It's on the floor. And I just looked into my studio light and blinded myself. That was a good idea, wasn't it? Full of little tricks like that. Ugh. Right. Continuity between VCC and the ground. That's bad. That's fine, that's the bed heater. It's just a resistance, isn't it? So it will be. Hopefully that satisfies your requirements, sir. I feel like I've missed some part of the wiring, but YOLO. Heluflex. I thought it was Heluflon. Is Heluflon and Heluflex different things? It's labelled as Heluflex in most Heluflon in most shops, isn't it? I want to prop this up. Oh, I need to connect the blooming power supply, don't I? So magnet's gone connecting to everything. Thumbs up to send it. We're not there yet. One more component to wire in. That's, oh god, they're stiff. 1V plus, 1V minus. Okie dokie. So red V plus. This is the part of the night where I start to do things wrong because I'm getting tired. That's that. Then earth, most important. There's not much being earthed in this scenario, is there? The power supply. And brown is live. Blue neutral. Gonna have to do it at a weird, awkward angle. Right. I'm so nervous. Oh no. Why am I so nervous? You can't talk properly on bloody crosshead stuff, can you? Now we send it. Full send. Where's the... Need a power cable. Oh no, please. Have I missed a chat? Has someone been shouting that I've missed something? No? Oh. When I get this feeling, it's normally the right feeling, which means I might have done something wrong. Well, balance that there. Turn switch off. Plug-in test to begin with. Nothing. This is good. Let's... Is it going to be better to do That's probably a bit safer, isn't it? Let's do that. You can't see magic smoke if that happens. We'll leave it over here. 3, 2, 1. One cable isn't attached in the box. Oh yeah, that's fine. This is BL Touch cable. We don't need the wires for BL Touch. Although there's one wire missing. There should be 5, 4, 5. Ground. That's fine. 3, 2, 1. No magic smoke. Victory! Boom, 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 boom. You don't just want to just turn it off and all the lights just go. Boom. Right. Fluid. No, it's mainsail, isn't it? What printers are on? That. I'm pretty sure I put my Wi-Fi settings in. Or maybe I forgot the Wi-Fi settings. Please, no. Oh no, Rat OS, we've got it! Boom! Right, let me... That is indeed the power supply fan. That will become tiresome very quickly. Why is it coming on now? Why not come on when there's actual power? Oh, that was annoying. That made me jump. Subscriber sound. Andrew Hayes, what on earth did you do to your font? What does this board do? Which board? Mind board, divider board. Is this one over here. It allows me to disconnect this lot from this lot quite quickly. Cool. Is that the word I'd use? It's annoying to read, I know that much. It's quirky. I'll give you that one. It's quirky. Yeah, that fan is delightful, said nobody ever. So, in steel V-Core, V-Core 3, V-minion. We do V-minion. Printer is not ready. Please open printer.cfg. Oh, not console, is it? Machine. Config. Printer.cfg. The first thing you need to do is go through this file and comment out or uncomment the files and or settings you need and adjust them to your particular setup. You'll be able to print just fine with this config as it is, but it is recommended that you follow these steps to properly calibrate your printer. Safety check and PID, pressure advance. Let's take these, shall we? Pressure advance, skew correction, resonance compensation. So probably want to do PID, the rest I'll probably do it another time. The fan sounds like you could use 12 gauge. The reason I'm pretty sure that it's noisy is one of the cost-cutting things they omit from the design is the thermal probe. So there's like a thermal sensor which they have built into the power supply on the original design, and it's based on a like heat generating component or just in the enclosure. If you omit that thermal reading design, it assumes it's always at maximum temperature or something and then just powers the fan the whole time. But you don't disassemble your power supply. But in theory, I have seen it done before that if opened up and the thermal applied correctly, then the fan does like normal things. So it will stay quiet when it's not doing anything like this, and it will go max power when it gets hot and starts using lots of power. So control board is correct. Can you see this text? There we go. Pick the board you have installed, that's correct. Necessary for dual sensor input shaping, yep. Base setup V-minion, yep. Stepper motors, drivers. Uncooled TMC 209 and It is recommended that you enable these settings until you have verified that your printer moves as expected. Stuff mode, you still need to include one of the above stuff mode definitions. Stuff. Homing, pick your probe and end stops. Z probe. Inductive capacitive probe. Physical end stops. Yep. Yep. Input shaper. We're not doing that yet. Tool head, pick your extruder and hot end. LGX light, check. Dragonfly, check. Macros, check. Macro configuration. Sure. Printer configuration, customize. Okay, I feel like I can just leave these all default because I've literally built the stock printer, right? I should be fine just leaving it as it is. Do a touch. I do want to bring this down. Z-Save home. Pressure advance, heater bed. I think we're going to be pretty close on everything already because we're using the default config. And so, luckily, it looks like very little that we need to do. I was advised on Rat Rig Discord to take the top of the power supply, print a replacement with a 120 fan. I just bought a fanless power supply instead. It wasn't cheap though. I mean, one has to question whether the fan is even needed. It probably is. Especially when it's going full whack. But I cannot imagine for a moment that it's needed whilst doing literally nothing. Where's all my other things? Oh, I have to do the actual flashing of the things, don't I? Did I not do that before? See, this is the problem with having weeks between streams. I thought I'd done all the control board setup things already. Preparing control board. When Rat Rig has been written to the SD card and you configured your Wi-Fi settings, insert the SD card into the Pi and turn on the Pi. Wait a couple of minutes, then open. Ah, yes. Clear. There's a menu option named Machine. Look on that and see a list of files and folders. There's a folder here called Firmware Binaries. Open that folder. You can download the firmware binary for your board from there. Let's move on to the preparation of the control board. So, firmware binaries, Octopus Pro, SKR249. Oh, hello. Download. Hold on. I just downloaded the wrong one. SKR249. No, okay. Boom, 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 let me hear me say way ho, way ho. That's good, I like that. Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say way ho, way ho. That's stuck in my head now. Damn you, Martin. I don't know how I forget how to do this every single time. I did this. Where the Rat Rig end stop switches and cables, do not blindly plug them into your SKR 1.2, as doing this will short the board's power rail. You'll probably have to swap the outer two wires, red and white, on the board. Yep, pretty sure I've done that, because everything seems to be as safe as houses. ADXL firmware. Download from firmware binaries folder, found on the main page. Copy it into the SD card that goes into your control board, we'll call it firmware.bin, and then insert the SD card into the control board. Yes. This is what I was expecting. I thought I did this before, but I can't have done if I have to get it from the Pi. Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say, way-ho. Right, that's on here. Take that, stick it down here. Oh, this is not very easy, is it? Open the machine, do that, Copy the firmware to board, rename to firmware domain. Safely eject the SD card, physically take out the SD card, insert it in the control board. Power cycle your printer or control board. Remember to shut the Pi down properly before you cut the power to your Pi. Verify the firmware has been flashed. Shut down. I think that's shut down once it's done that. So now we turn it off. We take it away and we give it back. If you don't know how to make Windows Explorer file sections, it's important that you leave the SD card in the board for automatic firmware updates to work. Okay, we'll leave it there then. To compile and flash the newest firmware to board, you need to SSH into the Pi. I shouldn't need to do that, right? Because we've literally just done it. Well, this went to the wrong link. Let's go. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. We've just done the wrong thing. The board is currently cannot be flashed automatically through USB. That means all firmware updates have to be done physically, moving an SD card from the board. Rat Rig compiles the firmware. Automatic flashing may be possible in the future. Doobie-doo, wiring. Doobie-doo wiring, doobie-doo jumpers, doobie-doo firmware, doobie-doo same instructions. Manual firmware, okay. Done that, set up. With the control board connected via USB, try again. Where is it? Okay. Z end stop. There isn't a Z end stop, it's just Proby Boy, isn't it? Cool. They seem to work. My only concern is that it will hit the bed. Hopefully not. Open the browser, navigate and proceed to configuration guide. Main cell, initial, verify step directions. Do not use Rat Rig with other than stock steppers. If you are using different steppers, please make sure to check their rating. Make sure your steppers are running in the correct direction. To do this, center all your axes, moving a carriage and bed manually. Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing before. Type set kinematic position in the console. You can use main cell controls to move the axes. I don't seem to have a actual... Where's my console? Where is everything? Oh, I'm not on the dashboard, am I? Dashboard. Yeah, here we go. Right. Dashboard. Let's... Why is it... Okay, it's whatever. So X plus... Oh. X and Y seem to be connected the wrong way around. That is plus. Plus. No, that's minus. It's backwards as well. How? Y, motor, Y. I must got these the wrong way around. Z. Z's fine. X and Y for some reason are the wrong way around. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just don't know how it happened. Wrong way. They were inverted as well, which is peculiar. Because all the wiring is exactly as it should be and it's just passed straight through. I'll probably do the inversion in firmware. I can't be bothered to repin the connectors. That's just... I'm kind of amazed. I was so slow and careful getting that wiring right. It seems extremely unlikely that the firmware is incorrect, doesn't it? Because so many people would have noticed by now. So we'll probably want to reverse Y and not reverse X. Oh. Oh. They were already different, weren't they? So in flipping them round, I've also inverted this. So this was exactly fine as it was. I just needed to get the connectors the right way around. X plus 10. Yes! Y plus 10. Yes! Oh, you can't see anything. Well, you can sort of with it. What's the next step in the instructions? Verify end stops and Z probe. Navigate to the machine. I did this already. Z offset. An easy way to probe Z offset calibration is to home the printer, then put a piece of paper underneath the nozzle. Baby step Z through the main cell interface until the nozzle touches the paper. There's a bit of resistance when you pull on it, then write get position. Use the Z coordinate. You need to add point forward to probe Z offset, if it says that. Until you can use the probe calibrate command. Probe calibrate. So home. I'm a bit nervous about homing. X. Oh man, that's nice. Tight. And then Z, I'm going to force it to go early. Right, okay, it looks good, so let's just bring it down. I'm not sure about this. I think the nozzle is going to smack into the bed if I don't move the probe down, so I'm going to move X all the way to the end. Ooh! I think the X motion might be a little bit over. I'm still nervous about that. I hit the emergency restart. But I think it would have been okay. It's so loud, isn't it? Cool. So how did it suggest? Put a piece of paper in the nozzle, baby step. Until the nozzle touches the paper. You want me to put this over here so it's less noisy? I'm not sure it's even less noisy. and then we do get position, pose that in there, bibbidi bobbidi boom. God, there's a lot of stuff in it. Kinematic, Z minus 0.4. So add 0.4 to your probe Z offset and printer CFG. Machine, printer CFG. Home probe, add 0.4. Boom. I'm going to go 0.38. If you're familiar with Firmware, you'll notice a new entry called Rat Rig. This Rat Rig package will update all the config files in the config folder. Improvements, supports for hot end, blah 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 blah. You'll be coming to printer. Be sure to keep this up to date, especially your update clipper. In general, it's advisable to keep all your packages up to date, but if you're happy with how your printer works and there's nothing interesting to do in the updates, it's okay to delay updating until a later time. Clipper is a rapidly evolving project, but also means that bugs do happen. It's usually fixed very quickly, but if you have a bunch of important things to do, maybe delay the updates. Now we've got that away, please go ahead and update everything to the latest version. Do I have to? Oh no. I'm going to do that another time because it might take a little while. When you verify that everything works and you have your slicer configured to use start print and end print macros, you can now start tuning. Right, instead of PID tuning. Can calibrate the extruder, navigate to the octopus terminal and PID calibrate. Heater extruder target 170. Right, and dashboard. So let's home everything again. Slight wibbly wobble on the lead screw, but only a tiny bit. I'm going to then whack the Z up a little bit so it's away from the bed, and then we'll paste this in here, but we're not going to tune there. We'll trim at 240. Thermistors all seem fine. We just want to monitor, make sure the extruder temperature goes up and not the hot bed. There you go, that's fine, 25. Nothing in the way, nothing interrupting. Seems reasonable. This, such excite, it's been so long. Huh. PID seems to be working as intended. The hot end is the Fetus Dragonfly. Yeah. I would definitely, unfortunately, recommend a different power supply. It's quite unlivable, that, isn't it? Excuse me. I just want to put the cover back on the over the divider PCB as well. Just checking that my LEDs work, and they do. There's little LEDs on the PCB. They're not obviously there to be watched, but they're mainly for like troubleshooting, diagnosis stuff, really. Right, boys and girls, I think it's time to do a print. Printer clock. Right. Is there a... I'm just looking for a PTFE tube that I can... I can't remember if it came with one, did it? I think I remember seeing one in a bag, actually. Oh. think the one that I've stuffed in there at the moment is not going to work too well. Check the Z offset first. I already did that, sort of. This is a really long tube. Well. I did the probe offset. And I did Z offset. What else do I need to offset? I mean, the first layer probably won't be beautiful. Right, I'm just going to shut this down quickly. Shut it down! The sound of silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Just want to quick scooch around, get everything out of the way so we can print in peace. Weird how they have the audio jack, HDMI port and micro USB sticking out the back of the case. Just in case you need to have headphones plugged into your 3D printer for maximum immersion. We need to stick a tube in this. In fact, let's put in the smaller this one. Can't find my 4mm. Is it 4? It doesn't go straight to 3, does it? There's a 4. 5, 6. Yellow. It's 4. Here we go. Oh dear, that was a weird noise. I feel like my chair might break in a minute. Right, green PLA. Oh, do we have a 0.6 nozzle? I think I put the 0.6 nozzle on. Settings might not be ideal. You don't really want to cut all of this filament off. Yes, this PTFE tube is way too long. It's probably enough for the spool holder as well. What shall we print with a drunken say? 4 hours I've been going already. Let's just do second screen for a minute. In fact, hold on a second. Let's find me a model before I open that. V-minion. PLA. No. Where's the there's like a Rat Rig cube, isn't there? See if I can find. There we go. Not cube. I want to try minimal settings, nice and fast, hopefully. 43 minutes. I need to set up the printer for the IP address. Double. Creative name, eh? Everyone's gone quiet. Is this a good sign or a bad sign? It didn't seem to work when I sent it to the printer. Or maybe I didn't. Oh, there we go. We're off, we're off, we're off. Oh, it's 0.4 nozzle. I forgot to change the nozzle. At least I think I put... Pretty sure it was Bombtech nozzle I put on it. Yeah, this was the 0.4 that came with it. Point 0.6, so then slicing, we'll change it to 0.3 layers. I think that's probably better. The settings will probably be a bit off now, but let's just emergency stop that. It's not going to do anything. Okay, let's try again. Is this the PEI sheet which came from Rat Rig without logo? Yes. Why is it going up? Go down, please. Need to print, sir. You can't print up there. Okay, they had the nozzle at like 170 or something. Now it's going up to 205. It's quite cold. Yeah, it keeps hitting this, doesn't it? That's a pretty reasonable looking first layer. The movement is quite quiet. The power supply is not. That first layer is basically perfect. Can't park there, mate. That's so good, isn't it? I mean, it's not good when people crap, but driving past and shouting, "You can't park there, mate." It's funny as long as everyone's okay. Cooling fans kicked in. So I got my hot end and part fan around the right way. Those corners are very curly. Dem's curliest corners I've ever seen. No, maybe. As long as it remains stuck down, it's all right. I'm going to be back in a minute. Oh, that was probably quite horrible noise, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, IPA on PEI is fine. The only thing you shouldn't do is IPA on filler farm surfaces. The filler farm filler base. I forget what it's called. Filler print. It looks like PLA, PEI, but can't use acetone or IPA on it. My chair's broked. The brokening chair. Just got to fix it while you guys watch that. No. It's pretty slow, isn't it? We've got super slow speeds running, but I'm so happy we got it working. I mean, makes it sound like it wasn't working. It was just not finished. Now it is finished. I'm kind of hungry now. I think the surface might have been a bit dirty because the corner's lifted. Hopefully the rest of it's stuck okay and it finishes. Well, this entire printer at this slow speed is quite frankly ridiculous. Jesus Christ. It's fucking frozen, I can't do it. Jesus Christ. Are all the messages gone? They're not, are they? Good night. Thanks for joining. This is pretty stiff. I mean, I'm not going to wibble it around now, but it's much stiffer than the Pusher Mini, put it that way. Yeah, I saw the thing when I don't think it's going to matter. I hope not, anyway. There's not much I can do about it mid-print. Oh man, I'm tired. 4.5 hours. I did say I'd do it, didn't I? I was not sure, but I managed. Look at VIP May the 4th. No, you were good. That's fine. Thanks for joining. Yeah, it's 10 to midnight here. 12 minutes to midnight to be precise. And the best part is one thing. No big massive cable bundle. Oh, I'm so happy. It's all come together. Oh my goodness. Thing is, with bots and spam like that, I can't even leave the chat really for 2 minutes because it's gonna no likely result in problems. No likely? More than likely. There's a slight tilt on the bed. I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but I mean the bed itself is quite flat. I mean maybe it's not the bed, it's the gantry and like whatever it is. The bed itself is reasonably flat. Where is the rig? Brute force? He's hiding over there in the back. I forget who's here a lot though, to know who to put admin. I mean, Wist I know I can trust because we've been doing the PCB together. I don't have any like set regular admins because my schedule's so all over the place. I can't ask admins to just be available at any time to turn up and, you know, moderate stream. It is my own fault. Morning, Revo. Morning, evening. It's like 10 to midnight. Morning. John Stern is, but he's not here now. And it also feels like it's unfair to put the responsibility on somebody else. Unless I'm like paying them, which I suppose I could do. I don't know. It's difficult. Très difficile. The accelerations are all embedded in the firmware, so I can't really speed it up. I could do speed factor, can't I? Yeah, it's trusting people that's the difficult thing. Well, no, that sounds that sounds weird. Obviously, I'm sure most of you are trustworthy, but until I feel like I actually like know you, it's difficult to give people that level of control. Presumably, Sanity is a person. I think the VCore 3 took me like 35 hours or something. I was pretty slow. You can definitely do it about a lot faster, probably 20 hours or something. The V-minion, I was even slower maybe. Although I'd done like 6 streams at 2 hours, and then this one, which has been 4.5. But you could probably do it in like 10. Yeah, exactly. With my, yeah. Responding to chat does take up time. And it takes up thought. I'm thinking about other things other than assembling it. And like trying to get the camera in the right place, point it towards the camera so you can actually see what the hell's going on. And I also try not to make sure everything's going to go right beforehand. Like when I'm doing stuff like privately, when I've printed parts, I like check them and make sure screws go in holes and all this kind of stuff. Whereas if I do that for a live stream, then I would like fix all the stuff that's not quite right before the live stream starts. And then it makes it look perfect when it isn't. So I just let it be whatever it be, which obviously then takes up time doing things during the stream rather than beforehand. Exactly, like the parts I forgot to print. After the last stream, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and I was trying to do Discord and Fusion and Twitch and YouTube like all at the same time. The computer was dying, and I came to the realization that it's like 10-year-old computer. I looked up like pricing to try and get a new build. So I have two machines. I use this one just for streaming, and then another one which does all my editing and that kind of stuff. So this one is literally exclusively for streaming. So I was looking at basically replacing my main machine with something new and then pulling that over to here. And it's still just like, be like 800, 900 pounds or something. It's not like all the parts because I've got stuff that I can just carry on reuse. But it just feels like pricing's just gone so high. Turn the hairdryer off, people are trying to sleep. I know. It's a shame really because the actual printer itself I think is quite quiet. This is a boom boom boom, let me see you say, let me hear you say, way-ho, way-ho. It's a way-ho power supply. Yeah, GPU prices are going back towards normal, aren't they? I remember that like 2 years ago. I was like sitting there on launch day to buy a 3080 thinking, oh, I've got the money, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, and then just instantly gone. Oh, it was so sad. I ended up something like 750 in the queue or something. I was like, oh, there's no point waiting, is there? Hopefully Rat Rig go to at least fanless, if not Meanwell. Meanwell fanless. I mean, fan power supplies for Meanwell are probably okay because they have thermostat control, whereas this doesn't. It's just maximum fan all of the time. At the moment, I have in that other machine a 3060, but I just needed to have it. The card I had in there was like a 980 Ti, which I actually won from a video competition, funnily enough, many moons ago. It was basically the first video I did. Anyway, it was just starting to die. It like would just cut out randomly. I was like, I can't work like this, so I had to get something. I was like, it needs to be at least slightly better than what this card should be doing. So 3060, I can't remember if it's Ti or not, but it's definitely not amazing. I'd much rather better, but it's all I could afford. So it's like that'll do. It's definitely not bad. Don't get me wrong. But oh yeah, sorry, 3060 is for the editing machine. The stream PC here is like super basic. That's... oh, I don't even know what it is. That was cheap because yeah, all it's for is NVENC. So it didn't have to do much at all. GPU wise I don't need to upgrade the GPU on this computer at all. It just doesn't need it. It's CPU that's the main problem at the moment. CPU and RAM. It only has 8 gigabytes of RAM, and DDR3 is not exactly easy to come by. And it kind of feels like a waste spending money on RAM when the CPU is also like constantly pinged at 100%, which it probably would be doing streaming, but like everything becomes laggy and difficult to use. And it limits, because it's a micro ATX board, a mini ATX board rather, I can't put other cards and stuff in. Thank you, Maze. It is indeed a fairly successful build. The print profile or print settings in general need improvement, but it's not even designed to be used with a 0.6 nozzle. I can't tell if that was the most ridiculous... oh, I think that's pressure advance going a bit weird. Yeah. It needs some help. It needs better settings and stuff. They're all available. It just needs to be done. Yeah, 2 DIMM slots, so I'd have to replace... no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2. They normally are on ITX, aren't they? I don't think it was anything special, so it's unlikely to have 4. I know some of the like ROG boards used to have 4 on their ITX boards, but most just have 2. RAM would solve part of the problem, but CPU is really the main bottleneck. It just doesn't have enough oomph to be able to do more than what I'm currently doing. Like, for example, the top-down camera is kind of hideous, and I mean, the fact that it wobbles is my fault because it's mounted to the desk. But the color and quality, like, it's just a basic webcam. And because I can't put any expansion cards in this motherboard, I have to use external like conversion for HDMI stuff if I want to use proper cameras. And in fairness, I only have one proper camera. But you can't, I couldn't add a second camera if I wanted to, if I could find a cheaper camera, cheap-ish camera. Because you can't have 2 of those external Camlink cards. You have to have an internal one that supports 4, and I can't do it. I mean, maybe I'm trying to solve a problem that I wouldn't gain me much because I can't afford new cameras and stuff anyway. But you've got to start somewhere. I think making the PC usable while streaming would be the first goal, really. Are we going to make it to a 5-hour live stream? According to this, we are. The currents, I think, for the motors are set quite low at the moment, so I don't want to push it too much because we'll end up with a totally duff print. I mean, the motors are pretty cold, so it could take more. RatOS has a bunch of different settings for the motors, so it starts with like low torque, so you don't damage anything too much and have like proper cooling and stuff with stepper drivers, which is a bit of a big downside of the SKR2 because it has the silly ones that you mount on top. Thank you, Revo, that's very kind of you. Yeah, because it has the little boards with a heat sink. You can't use the copper of the PCB to like dissipate heat properly, which is why integrated ones are probably better, I think. They're designed to be on a big PCB where you can sap the heat away properly. What did you miss? About 3.5 hours of wiring and about an hour of printing. Oh yeah, we set up RatOS and that took about 5 minutes. But it was mostly wiring. So much wiring. But now we have a super duper awesome printer. Even if I did cut the bed wires a little bit short. Now we're ready for upgrade streams like ever. That was another reason I wanted to get this done, because I wanted to at least have this finished before ever 3.0 comes out, and then people were like, "Are you going to do an upgrade?" I'm like, I can't, I've not finished it yet, but now I have, so I can do that. Whenever 3 hits, boom, ready to go. Feel free to rewind, Sean. There's a good 3 hours of just that, pretty much. Yeah, wires are not hot, just checking. I mean, I was pretty confident they'd be fine, but... Are you mounting a pellet extruder? No, but I can mount a spool holder that's about the same size as the printer. Where did it go? I have a spool holder which can hold this. I can put this on it. Goes about here. Basically the same size as the printer. I've still never had a multi-material printer. No IDEX, no tool changer, no MMU, nothing. Single colour, single material is the only thing I've ever done. At some point I'm probably going to go a bit bonkers with this and we'll try a speed benchy. Carrot feeder on a 2.4. Nice. I really should, but I haven't. Yeah, I can imagine just tuning it is a lot of work. I have no evidence to suggest that that's true. It's just in my head that it's going to be a lot of work. Yeah, I think we'll probably get the desk fan out again for this one. It's a good desk fan. It's a benchy printing fan. Your calibration flower. I've watched a video. Is it just for skew calibration, or can you explain? I see lots of STRs. Expected only one STR and XL. Watched video, but it was a few weeks ago. So the calibration flower is for calibrating skew and XY distance. So it doesn't do anything in Z or ZX plane skew or ZY plane skew. It does XY skew, basically X distance and Y distance. The test suite, which is kind of what I'm selling on the website that relates to that, has other files in it, just to kind of make sure you get good value for money, really. But the main star of the show is the calibration flower. So just if you want to use the flower, just use the flower. The others are there. I've not done videos on the others, so there's obviously there's less context, but if I do videos on the others, you'll then already have those files and know more about what to do with them. Thank you, Sean. I rather think so too. I'm so happy with it. It took me like 4 completely different design iterations before I got to that, and went through like a number of different ways of like calculating how the size should work and how you can compensate and all these kinds of things. It's a lot. It took a lot of effort. It seems like such a simple thing that it should be super obvious and already exist, but it didn't, and I'm glad I found it. Yeah, I use it a lot. I think it's quite a good first print. It just I don't know, it's just brilliant, I think. ZSkew is, yeah, I do want it. It is more difficult because obviously as soon as you've got Z involved and you're doing skew, you're doing angles, which means overhangs, which means loss of accuracy that's not related to the motion of the axis or the place at which it tries to place the filament, if that makes sense. Yeah, I've had... Was it you that... Oh! It's done. A boom, 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 boom. We've got some weird blobby textures. Yeah, it was barely stuck. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we've got some weird pressure advance stuff going on. There's definitely some ghosting, but we obviously need to do acceleration tuning and all this kind of stuff. The cooling looks okay, actually. Maybe not amazing, but okay. Nice. Nice. That's still not very close, is it? I normally do the water bottle. Let's get the water bottle over. See, I'm starting to sniff this. Being in a room with a 3D printer makes me sniffle. All them little fumey things. This whole... Oh, I can't do it in this you can see it looks like ghosting all the way down here, but I think it's just the words. I'm so tired. I've even said it 30 seconds ago. Pressure advance, linear advance, that stuff. So it's actually like a little gap where it's just over retracting or something. Again, the corners are a bit lifted, but then the first layer was not particularly great. It didn't stick super well. Plenty of potential, I think. But just some weirdness going on at the moment. I have everything to build the Nevermore, I've just not done it yet. And I don't think it's going to help on an open printer either. Words are overrated, they are indeed. Righty-ho. Oh. That's it, we've done it. Well, I'm not going to lie, I did most of that. All of it, actually, now that you mention it. Anyway, alright, we've got 5 minutes and then it's going to be 5 hours. No. Anyone have any questions that they want to mention before we finish? If you do build an Nevermore, make sure you get a non-acid... Yeah, I got the Nevermore branded carbon stuff. Yeah, I did see that it can just make your entire machine rust somehow. Bizarre. My hair is awful. Need a haircut. Okie dokie. Righty-ho. I think it might be time to go. You already asked about table wobble. The table was not wobbling, but I was on like such basic settings, and it's quite a rigid table, and it's a light machine. So many reasons why there was no table wobble. Printer's already cooled down, and this still noisy. When you go build a Tic Tac, I don't actually know what a Tic Tac is. In my mind, it's a little sweet mint thing. I mean the printer Z-axis wobble. There's some weird artifacts showing up, and some parts are a bit wobbly, but I don't know why they're wobbly at the moment, so I can't really put it down. There was a bit of lead screw wobble, as the Z moves a bit farther, could see a little bit. It wasn't bad. I've just realised I've got loads of windows and doors open in other parts of the house, which I should probably have shut. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for me today. Nearly 5 hours. Thank you everyone for joining in. Hopefully helpful for anyone following along or building the divider PCB. Don't forget you can use my voucher code for the V-minion, which is linked. Well, then voucher codes is not actually a link, but they're in the description, so that'll get you some money off those, as is a link for the V-minion divider PCB, which I have created. That's what we spent hours wiring today. Oh yes, yes. Maybe. Got to use this one first, see what we think. For now, it's definitely time to say goodbye. and I will see you again soon. Maybe with, oh well, we've still got tuning to do. We could do one on tuning and speed benching. That could be fun. Anyway, thank you everyone. Good night, good evening, goodbye.